Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. 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 Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna.
Esse rádio está aparecendo. Oh,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna.
This is Radharani Sudanidhi, May 12, 2010, discussing Radharani's Guna Mahima. And these are Radhika's, this is verse 27 from Radharani Sudanidhi, Radhika's 6 jewel-like qualities, her Chintamani Gunam. And yesterday we discussed her Chintamani Pranamatam. She's a Chintamani jewel, or a praying Chintamani for her devotees and followers, that she fulfills her desires to attain her eternal service and eternal service of Krishna. Chintamani pranamatam brajanagarinam chudamani kulamanir vrishabhanu namna sarshama kama varashanti manir nikunja ushamanir hridaya samputa sanmanir na. May Sri Radhika, who is a Chintamani gem for the surrendered souls, the crown jewel of the girls of Braj, the jewel of Maharaj Vrishabhanu's dynasty, the jewel who pacifies Sham's desires, and the jewel who adorns the cottage and the play bowers, be the real jewel in the jewel box of our hearts. Now the second gem is Brajanagarinam Chudamani. Brajanagarinam Chudamani. Mani, of course, means gem. Chuda means the top knot or the crest, on the head, the crown. Chudamani. Nagari means the female. Brajanagari, Brajanagar. Yashamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara. Brajabara Nagara is Krishna. Nagar actually means playboy. It means a gallant lover who is engaging in extramarital affairs with ladies that are known as the Nagaris. So Radharani, of all those Nagaris of Braj, of all those various Sakhis who offer themselves for the amorous pleasure of Sri Krishna, she is the Chudamani. Radhika is the crown jewel, or the crest jewel among all the damsels of Braj. So what distinguishes her, because in Braj there's millions of gopis, thousands of gopis, and they all have this Mahabhav. But actually the Mahabhav that's manifested by the various Nagaris, Brajanagaris, besides Radha, they're expressions of their intense ecstasy and love for Krishna, their Mahabhav. They're simply like waves, like a wave from the unlimited ocean of Radharani's Mahabhav. Madanaki Mahabhav Samudra. She's like a samudra, Ananta Sindhu. Mahabhavati, Ananta Sindhu Mahabhavati Radha. Her Mahabhav is like an unlimited ocean. So this is how she proclaims her supremacy as the Chudamani of all the Nagaris. Because they're all beautiful, they're all attractive, they're all satisfying, pleasing to Krishna. But what satisfies Krishna most is his Mahabhav, and only Radharani has his Madanakya expression that drives Krishna completely mad. So she's to proclaim Radharani's supremacy as a crest jewel, even above himself. Krishna personally arranged to coronate Radharani as Vrindavaneshwari, the Queen of Vrindavan. This is in Madhav Mahotsav, Jiva Goswami's beautiful book, Madhav Mahotsav, which is in English, and you can read that book. And it's very interesting because the question is asked, why is this Mahotsav called Madhav Mahotsav? When Krishna was arranging with Brinda Devi and Yoga Maya for this festival, he said, listen, I want to arrange a festival because Radharani is a Brajanagari. She's a Brajanagarinam Chudamani. She's a crest jewel of all my lovers, of all my intimate conjugal lovers, all my paramour lovers. Radharani is a crest jewel. And I want everyone to know that. Otherwise, unless I proclaim it to the world and to everyone in Braj, her supreme and unique position, other gopis like Chandravali or Lalita, etc., they might think that they're pretty good, that they're some of the top, and the top three are runners-up. or maybe even the best ones. Chandravali has that ego that maybe I'm better. But I want everyone to know clearly. So then he said, he asked Yogamaya Vrindadevi, he said, I want to organize, you organize a festival to bathe Radharani, a royal Abhishek, a Raj Abhishek, a Rani, whatever you say, Rani Abhishek, Rajani, to bathe and call all the ladies of the universe, call Arundhati and Shachi and Durga and Parvati and everyone, call all the ladies of the universe to come and glorify and bathe Radharani with a very elaborate, wonderful ceremony. But when you're arranging for this festival and organizing everyone in Braj, don't call it Radha Mahotsav, because that will create some envy from the other gopis and suspicion from them. And also Radharani, she's too shy. She's Lajeshwari. She's the queen of shyness. She's the empress of shyness and modesty. And she wants always to glorify me and arrange festivals for my happiness, Janmashtami, etc. And she comes every year to Nandagram, and for 4 or 5 days she celebrates my birthday festival, my Janmashtami, every year. Sridham comes, Anangamandri comes, Rishabhanu Kirtita. They live with my mother and father in Nandagaon, and they do she cooks so many wonderful offerings, makes so many arrangements for my Janmotsava. So she won't want a Radha Mahotsav, a grand festival of Radha. So you tell everyone that you're organizing a Madhav Mahotsav. And everyone thinks, this is Maha Utsav. Madhav Mahotsav means this is a grand festival to glorify the husband of the goddess of fortune, of Madhav, of Krishna. So let's all take part. But what happened there is that when the coronation after the royal Abhishek, and then there's Radharani is dressed and decorated, then the final ritual, you could say, was to offer the coronation garland to proclaim Radharani. And then Vrindadevi is about to offer that, and Krishna was hiding, because this is a ladies' function. And Krishna was hiding in the groves, in the arbors, looking through, watching this beautiful ceremony which he orchestrated. And he immediately kind of appeared on the scene and Vrindadevi was bewildered. Who do I offer the garland to? To Krishna or Radharani? Because all garlands usually end up on Krishna's neck first and Radharani's neck second as Krishna Prasadi Mala. So then Krishna, when she reached towards Krishna, and Krishna took the garland from Vrindadevi and just turned to Radharani and said, Pranamane Shri Radharani ki jai. So she's Brajanagareenam Chudamani. Jiva Goswami revealed this wonderful Leela. He didn't actually reveal it, it's also mentioned in Padma Purana and other Purans, but he told it in a very beautiful and poetic way in his classic, Sanskrit classic Madhav Mahotsav. The pastime took place up near Koshi in a village called Umrao. Umrao or Umrai means queen. So the village is named after this ceremony 5,000 years ago, where Radharani was proclaimed the Queen of Vrindavan. Vrindavane Shri Radharani ki jai. Kotai go prema mahi Radhe Radhe. Kotai go prema mahi Radhe Radhe. Vrishabhanu Nandini Radhe Radhe. Vrindavaneshwari Radhe Radhe. Kanu Manu Mohini Radhe Radhe. Ashtashaki Shiromani Radhe Radhe. Ashtashaki Shiromani Radhe Radhe. Kotai go prema mahi Radhe Radhe. Kotai go prema mahi Radhe Radhe. Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Nandini Radharani ki jai. So as I mentioned, many of these qualities and guna mahima, glorious qualities of Radharani that are being mentioned by Srila Saraswati Pad, Prabhupada Saraswati, are actually branches, you could say, or you can find a connection to the list of Radharani's 25 primary qualities. So if you examine this quality that he's mentioning, this verse 27, Bhajanagarinam Chudamani. The Radharani is the crown and crest jewel of all the beautiful damsels of Braj, because of her unique Madanakya Mahabhav, which is so wonderful. Then we can see that quality 24 of Radharani's 25 qualities is listed as Krishna Priya Avali Mukhya. Like we have Deepavali, which means a series of, a row of, a group of lamps, one after the other, Avali. And Padavali means a row of padas, or it's a verse, Padyavali. I mean, there's a book by Rupa Goswami, Padyavali, which is a collection of so many beautiful shlokas glorifying Krishna and Bhakti and so many aspects of Krishna consciousness. So Radharani is the Krishna Priya Avali Mukhya. She is a chief. She is a chief among all among that group, that Avali, that group of devotees who are Krishna Priya. Means all the gopis. Radharani is the chief gopi amongst all those that are dear to Krishna. Krishna Priya. Krishna Priya Radharani ki jai. And Prabhupada describes this quality of Krishna Priya Avali Mukhya as greatest among Krishna's girlfriends. And Jaiva says, the most prominent of all of Krishna's Sakhis. Krishna Priya Avali Mukhya Radharani ki. This is Radharani's 24th quality, that she's the most prominent or greatest among all of Krishna's Sakhis, or the damsels of Braj, as Prabhupada would often say. So this 24th quality, we can see it mirrored here in this second Chintamani jewel-like quality of Radharani mentioned in verse 27 of Radhara Sunandi Brajanagarinam Chidamani. That of all the Brajanagaris, which means all the damsels of Braj, she's the Krishna Priya Avali Mukhya. She's a chief, principal, primary Nagari. The third Chintamani Gunam, or jewel-like quality, Chintamani jewel-like quality of Srimati Radhika, as the verse is telling us, is Kulamani Vrishabhanu Namna. She's a Kulamani. We have Guru Kul, the family of the Guru. So Kula means the family, the dynasty, the group. So Kulamani means she's a jewel of the dynasty of Vrishabhanu. Radhika is the family jewel in Vrishabhanu Maharaj's dynasty. And how is that? Because Radharani's presence in his dynasty, presence in his family, illuminates the entire dynasty of Vrishabhanu Maharaj. Obviously, in your family, if one of your children or one of your son becomes a prime minister or president, then that particular son who becomes the prime minister will be the most, he'll create a lot of fame for your dynasty, for your family. Oh, your name is so-and-so. Oh, is your father as a prime minister? Yes, he was my grandfather. So this is the position of Radharani. She's illuminated the whole dynasty because, and how is it? Because again, Radharani is the topmost embodiment of Mahabhav. And she has appeared in that dynasty. So he's become so glorious that it's one of the distinctive guna mahima, one of the distinctive gunas or qualities of Radharani, that she's just one person, the entire dynasty, which is thousands and thousands of years old. She has illuminated and distinguished that entire dynasty because Mahabhav Sarupini has appeared as his daughter in his dynasty. Just like in the Chandra Vamsha, the descendants from Chandra were born in the dynasty of Chandradev, the moon god, who is the most glorious representative of his dynasty, Chandra Vamsha. Sri Krishna Bhagavan ki. Then you have the Surya Vamsha, the descendants of Ikshvaku and Manu. If you trace the lineage of this particular form of Bhagavan, it goes back to Ikshvaku and Manu and Suryadev, Vivishwan. And who is the most illustrious member of the Surya Vamsha of the sun god? Bhagavan Ramachandra ki. So Radharani is the most illustrious, illuminating, brilliant Bhanu. It's interesting because he's Vrishabhanu. Bhanu means radiance, sunlight. And Radharani is the sunlight of the sunlight. She is Bhanu Nandini. Bhanu Nandini Radha ki. Nandini means daughter. and she's the daughter of Vrishabhanu. He's the sun, and she's 10 million suns. One sun created a daughter that has the brilliance and illumination of 10 million suns. So Vrishabhanu, he brought, or at least he acted or acts as the father of Srimati Radharani. So he's glorious, and Radharani's glorious, and it's her Chintamani Gunam, this quality, or Prajanagarinam, Kulamani Vrishabhanu Namna. Now the fourth Chintamani gem of Radharani is this Shama Kama Vara Shanti Mani. This is a very interesting situation. Sham Kam. Sham, Krishna, Kam, lust, Vara Shanti Mani. Money means jewel, or Chintamani money. Chintamani. Radhika is the jewel that pacifies Sham's desires. She cools and relieves his lust. So she's distinguished. This is one of her distinguishing qualities, that she has this ability, this jewel-like Chintamani Gunam, this jewel-like quality. One of her 6 jewel-like qualities is this Shanti Mani. She's the jewel of peacefulness, the gem of peacefulness. So we should maybe pray that some of those facets, because a gem has facets, any gem has facets, and diamond, the more costly and rare the gem or jewel is, the more facets it has and the more light it emits. Suryakanta Mani, etc. So Radharani is Chintamani, so Chintamani has the most facets and emits the most radiance and light, has the most prabhav, so she's Shanti Mani. So we are a little bit in the darkness of our own agitation, and a little bit overwhelmed by the clouds and darkness of our own disturbances and lack of peaceful mind. And it says that without a peaceful mind you can't think of God. You can't think of her beloved Krishna. So Radharani will give us a peace of mind so we can remember Krishna. Shanti Mani Radha Ki. She's a Chintamani of peacefulness. Has a what do you say, the Nobel Peace Prize? Radharani is a Chintamani Peace Prize. The Nobel gem. She's not the Nobel. Nobel is some kind of scientist who left a bunch of money to offer prizes, Mr. Nobel. But she's noble. There's a guy, Nobel, it's a scientist, who discovers something. He started this prize thing. Yeah, he left a bunch of money to give money for that prize. She's a noble, regal, glorious gem and crest gem of peacefulness. And we know that Radharani is very shanti. Krishna's always agitated, always disturbed. When Krishna was holding Govardhan Hill, his left hand, or his pinky finger of his left hand, and he was looking at, it says that this is a quality of Krishna's shyness, nectar devotion. He was glancing over all the Brijbasis that were a little bit lower than him because he was standing up and they were a little bit lower. And he glanced over towards the gopis and he saw the globe-like golden raised globes of Radharani's water pot, Kumbha Sthana. The globe rising above her choli, of her beautiful, full and effulgent, radiant, slightly raised, beautiful breasts, and he became agitated. He became disturbed. And then he started shaking. The hill started wobbling, and all the coward men immediately put up their sticks to hold up the hill. And then when he somehow withdrew his glance from Radharani's all-attractive breasts, and then he looked towards his brother. His brother was laughing. This is a nectar devotion. Bhakti Dhira Damodara. Baladev Dauji was laughing, and Krishna got really embarrassed and really shy because he thought that Balaram caught him. And Balaram caught his younger brother staring at the breasts of Radhika when he's supposed to be performing a serious engagement of saving the Brijbasis from the downpour and devastation of Indra's pralaya and Samvartika clouds. But actually, That's not the fact. But Krishna exhibited his quality of shyness and embarrassment before his brother due to that situation. But actually, Balaram was smiling and laughing because he was laughing not at Krishna, because he didn't actually detect that. Krishna was so clever and expert at that. Because he did it all with a Krishna Kripa Kataksha. Sidelong glance of Krishna's naughty eyes, roving eyes, and Sham Kam, Sham Aksha Kam, Sham Ak Kam, his lusty eyes, his roving eyes, as they say. His roving eyes were roving over those golden mountains. He was trying to hold up Giridhari, one mountain, but when Sham's eyes wandered over those twin peaks, we have the twin trade centers, but when Krishna's bumblebee eyes wandered over the twin peaks of Radharani's golden breast, and he couldn't hold up Giridhari anymore, he became disturbed and agitated, started trembling. So he thought that Balaram was laughing and smiling at him, so he's very embarrassed to get caught in the act of lusting over somebody's wife or Radharani in front of your older brother. It doesn't look very good, especially when you're supposed to be performing a heroic act, a great act of chivalry and Vira Ras. This is Vira Ras. Look at my little brother, the hero. But Balaram didn't know his mind and didn't know he was looking at Radharani, but he did see all the Brijvasis, Nanda Baba and Banu Maharaj and Subhanu and Abhinandan, and everybody's holding their sticks up, and Sridham and Subha holding their cowarding sticks up to keep the mountain from falling off Krishna's hand. But at that time, although Krishna was agitated, Sham Kam, Radharani was not agitated at all. She was just standing there looking at Krishna so beautifully and sweetly. Totally shanti, 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 shanti he. This is Radharani. She's shanti here as for Krishna, at least for Krishna. And we were mentioning, maybe for us also, we can pray to her because she's glorified as Shantimani, that she's Shantimani, which means the jewel of peacefulness, and we're Ashantaman. Our man, which means our mind, is not Shanti. We're not Shushant, like we heard the qualities. One of the qualities of our Devananda Pandit in Chaitanya Bhagavat, he was described as Sushant. Su means very, extremely shant and peaceful. The word dushant, durshant. We're not peaceful at all. We're extremely disturbed and agitated practically all the time. So Radharani is Shantimani. But Sham Kam Vara Shantimani, that Radharani, she is that Chintamani, especially for Sham Sundar. When he's feeling the burning fire of his lusty desires, then simply by a Radha Kripa Kataksha, a glance of Radharani or a gentle, modest smile is enough to pacify and relieve all his burning lust. In fact, there's a pastime about this in the springtime in the kunjas of Govardhan. When spring comes, of course, everyone knows that after winter time, that spring brings Cupid, and Kandarpa becomes very active with the spring season, the fresh breezes coming from the south, the air starts to warm up, flowers start to open up, and the rather still and cold air of the winter becomes suffused with sweet blossoming flowers, beginning with mango blossoms and other lotuses, and flowers begin to blossom in the springtime and suffuse their sweet, attractive, romantic fragrance into the air. And the north winds subside and go back to the Himalayas, and the Malayan breezes scented with sandalwood begin to waft over Brajadam. So all these udipans and of the fragrance and the gentle wind, dear Shamir of springtime, Vasant Ritu, are very conducive to loving feelings. Sometimes it describes that Krishna goes in a Nikunja and he gets attacked. He is a very formidable enemy that he can barely, although he can kill the greatest demons without even any weapons. In Braj, Krishna doesn't use any weapons. He uses no gada, no chakra. These are his weapons. Gada and chakra, disc and club. But in Braj, Krishna uses a little karate chop. just uses the back of a hand or a little kick or a nudge, or just expands his arm. He does it all just wrestling and slapping and give a punch here or there. No weapons at all. Doesn't use any guns or bombs or RDX or anything. He kills the most ferocious monsters that are yojanas long and yojanas high and inconceivably grotesque monsters. Kills them effortlessly, just yawning and smiling. Okay. Whoa. Puts his arm in his mouth and just knocks his teeth out and his eyes pop out and he passes stool and urine and goes to Yamalok. That's the end of Keshi. Keshi Damodara Sri Krishna Ki Jai. But now, when Krishna's in the Kunj in Vasant Ritu in Govardhan near Paitagram, then this extremely, unbelievably powerful enemy attacks Krishna. His name is Kandarpa Raj. Kandarpa Raj, Cupid, the king of lust, the god of lust. And Krishna, he's helpless. He doesn't know how to counterattack. He doesn't know how to retaliate or even defend himself. So he's just... And what does Kandarpa Raj attack with? He attacks with the spring season and the beautiful spring breezes and the buzzing of the bees. Sandal-scented breezes, mango blossoms, and cuckoos sighing calls. The cuckoos, they sing. The coils, they vibrate the fifth note, which sounds like when the cooing of a lover at the time of union. So when Krishna hears this, it becomes an udipan. He says, oh, this is not good. His ears are being attacked by the singing of the kokils. His nose is being attacked by the fragrant sandal breezes and mango blossoms. And his sense of touch is being attacked by the deer shamir and the breezes from the south. And what to speak of, his mind is being attacked by the calm Agni, the fire of desire. And he's really trembling. From all sides he's being attacked. Can you imagine if an enemy is attacking you from 4 sides or 5 sides? Krishna only has, how many senses do we have? We have 5 senses grouped around the mind. There's 6 senses and all of them are being attacked. His heart, his mind, his smell. And when you smell something, then it stimulates the sense of taste. So he's smelling his fragrant breezes, then he starts imagining the taste of Radharani's lips, which are sweeter than mango blossoms or more fragrant than sandalwood. So basically he's getting pulverized by Kandarpa. And he doesn't know what to do. He's impaled by the 5 weapons and 5 arrows of Kandarpa. So then some manjaris, they notice Krishna's terrible condition now. He's being defeated. It doesn't look like he's going to survive. So they run to Radharani and Yavat and they say, oh, listen, this Krishna's terrible. He's being attacked on all sides by Kandarpa. You have to rescue him. Many times he's rescued you in the past. So you have to come and rescue him. He's in a terrible predicament, being attacked on all sides by Kandarpa Raj. He can't even fight back. He's just moaning, oh, Radha, oh, Radha, oh, Radha. He's so much agitated and disturbed and overheated. So then Radharani comes to the rescue because she's Sham Kam Vara Shanti Mani Radha Ki Jai. Shanti Mani Radha Ki Jai. This is Radharani's Chintamani Gun, her wonderful quality that she can completely pacify and relieve and soothe Krishna of all of his desire, burning desire, and push back that enemy of Kandarpa, actually drive him out of the kunj, and send him back to his cave. Radharani to the rescue! Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. There she comes over the hill with all her Manjari Sakhi soldiers. Da-da-da. Krishna sees it. Relief is around the corner. So we, human beings, we also get disturbed, as I mentioned, get agitated. And when we travel in the train, whenever some Indian person, he meets a sadhu, or someone dressed as a Vaishnava, he always asks a question. May I ask you a question? Are you finding peace? Are you peaceful? Are you shanti? You're doing this Hare Krishna thing, this Krishna consciousness, ISKCON, whatever. It makes you peaceful? They always ask this. It's the number one question. Besides, how do you like our country? How do you like our country? Where are you from? Then they say, how long are you in this country? How long have you been here? I say, 24 sal, 24 years. They say, what? Usually I say like this, just to have fun. I meet someone somewhere, they say, how long have you been in our India? I said, not long, just a short time. Oh, you just came like a holiday, a few months? He said, yeah, not long. How long have you been here? I said, only 24 years. Guys, it's 24 years. He says, you're practically an Indian. I said, maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to become Krishna's devotee. So they ask like that. So then we say, yes, if you turn to God, then you'll find peace. That's how we preach. Yes, I am peaceful. I found peace. Shanti Mani Radha, Shanti Mani Krishna. Krishna consciousness means Radha consciousness. You're conscious of Krishna and Radha, then you get that Chintamani gem of Radharani. Shanti is an energy, it's a potency, it's a Shakti. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Shanti is female. Shanti is a potency of Krishna, embodied in its fullest form in the gem-like Chintamani quality of Radharani, Shanti Mani Radha. So when one becomes Krishna conscious, then he gets this advantage. Of course, that's mentioned. Prabhupada, he said that this verse from Gita, this is our answer that we tell people, if you live your life like this, then you'll also be peaceful. And that verse is there. Prabhupada called it the peace formula. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 29, the verse is there. We have to recognize some things. That who is Krishna? So basically the question arises, you want peace, then the only way you can get peace is from God. People say when someone dies, they say, oh, well, he's resting in peace. After he dies, they say, let him rest in peace. Now that you're dead, they say, let him rest in peace. That's the only time in a person's life when he's peaceful. When he's dead. If he's alive, he's agitated. If he's alive, he's disturbed. So a peaceful man is a dead man. It's a fact. If you're alive in the world of sense gratification, if you're alive in body time, if you're alive in the samsara, then you're actually disturbed. When you commit social suicide and you cut off all your connections, tyaktva sudharmam charanam bhujem harer, and renounce everything for the service of Krishna, then you become dead to the world, dead to your relatives, dead to all upadhis and designations. And then you find peace. So it's a fact, you have to die to find peace. Let him rest in peace. Only a dead man is peaceful. So this verse in 529, Krishna is saying that Bhoktaram yagatapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram suridam sarvabhutanam gyatva mam shantam richati. This is the peace formula. Prabhupada said the peace formula. Your anxiety will subside when you come to understand. Your anxiety, your disturbance, your agitation, it will all subside and diminish and disappear when you come to understand that everything is in my hands. This is Krishna speaking. You will not be you will become shanti, peaceful, when you understand that everything is in my hands, Krishna's hands, and that I am not your enemy, rather I am your friend. Suridam, your bosom friend, Surit, dear inner friend. I have a friendly relationship with you all. I am all in all, but I am your well-wisher and friend. I am all in all means I am the Maheshwaram, and I am the Bhoktaram and the Ayagatapasam. Yes, I am the controller of all the planets. I am vast, I am grand, I am opulent, I am majestic. I am God, Maheshwaram. And I am the Maheshwaram of all the planets. And I am the Yagya Tapasam. I'm the goal of all yagyas and Bhoktaram. I'm the enjoyer of all yagya and sacrifice. Yagya Vai Vishnu. But I'm also very near and dear to you. Although I'm all in all, I have a very friendly and intimate, close relationship with you. I'm your well-wisher and your friend. When you come to realize this, then you will find real peace. Otherwise, you will continue to worry without any end. A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate enjoyer of all sacrifices and austerities, the Supreme Lord and controller of all controllers, and the well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from all material miseries. So this is the boon and benediction of Krishna consciousness, that one turns to God, the Supreme Lord Krishna, and he finds Shanti. So this is the point, that everyone asks a saintly person, has God given you peace? Or if you turn to God, if you surrender to God, if you establish your friendly relation with God, will you become peaceful? Yes. Krishna is telling in Gita, Shantam Richati, Brahma said this is a peace formula. So Krishna is the Shanti Mani. Krishna is the jewel of peace. He's the Shanti Mani. He's a Chintamani. He fulfills the desires of living entities to find peace. You want to find peace? Then surrender to God. You want to find peace? Then serve God. You want to find peace? Then make friends with God. You want to find peace? Then love Krishna, because he is the Emperor of peace. But then the question arises, well, where does God go to find peace? What happens to Krishna? Because we get disturbed and agitated and full of anxiety, and you're saying if we turn to God, then we can get free from our disturbance. So who does he turn to? He turns to Shanti Mani Radha. This Radharani is the Chintamani gem for Krishna's agitation. She gives him peace. Radharani is Krishna's peace formula. Krishna is our peace formula. But who is Krishna's peace formula? Krishna's peace formula is Srimati Radhika Ki Jai. Krishna is peace for the conditioned souls, but Radhika is peace for Krishna. Therefore, she is glorified as Sham Kam Vara Shanti Mani. She's a crest jewel, Chintamani jewel, that pacifies Sham's desire, cools and relieves his lust, and frees him from the attacks of Cupid. This is Radharas Suranidhi by Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur, May 7th, 2010. We're describing verse 64 about the 6 kinds of Chaturi Radha. Chaturi means clever, means expert, means dexterous. Because there's the word daksha, and daksha also means clever. So daksha means expert, and chaturi means expert or dexterous or qualified, but it also means clever. A certain expertise, which many people can be expert at something, but to be clever means that you can utilize your expertise in very special ways, which makes your display of your expert qualities appear very clever. Well, that was clever. Someone might say, well, that was clever. You combined this with that and did a third thing, and that was, I had the expertise to do that. I had the daksha, but I didn't put it together and do it as you did it. So that was very clever. So that's why the word is used, chaturi. Sabru nartana chaturi, niropama sacharu netran chale. Lila Kelana Chaturi, Vartanos Tadrigvacho Chaturi. We discussed about her Nartan, Bru Nartan Chaturi, the cleverness of her dancing eyebrows. And we also discussed the cleverness of her Anchale, Netra Anchale, the cleverness of her sidelong glances. And then her Lila Kelana Chaturi. We discussed something about the cleverness of her playful leelas in sports. And now we're just finishing Vacho Chaturi. Srimati Radhika Uvacha. Yesterday we were saying that she speaks so amazingly that her words act like a Siddha mantra. They act like Siddha mantras to bring Krishna under control. And the Acharyas, Vishnath, they say that Radharani, she studied the Kandarpa Agamas. Kandarpa Agamas. Agamas are Vedic literature which describe various things, different rituals and tantrics and different practices one can do to get different powers. I don't even know if there's such a shastra as Kandarpa Agama, but there is the Kama Sutra, and it says that Radharani became the Acharya. She became the Acharya. She learned so well, and she mastered these Siddha mantras, Vashikarana. And this becomes a cause of controlling Krishna with her words. She controls Krishna with her words. And we discussed that yesterday. Another aspect of her Chaturi, her cleverness in speaking, is that Radharani's words, they're all, you can say, sprinkled, it says here, with the Mahabhav. So that's why they have so much influence. They often say that, we've heard before, that it is realization, if someone has Vigyan, Shastra Vigyan, or Bhakti Vigyan, he has experience and realization, then when he speaks, his speaking power will have prabhav, will have more effect. If Bhakta Joe or new devotee Krishnadas gets up and gives a class, well, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, we're not the body, we're the soul inside the body, and we're part and parcel of Krishna. So we should always act as Krishna's servant and not act on the material platform. And he says that, but most of the time, this new devotee is acting on the material platform. He's not really acting like a spirit soul, except when he gives a Bhagavad Gita class. So his words don't have much power, don't have much effect. Prabhav, influence. Whereas if someone sits with a pure devotee or an advanced devotee, then it's like the difference between, it's a difference between a child. You can see it. Sometimes a 5 or 6 year old child, or say a 7-year-old child, you'll get him a little bow and arrows, little toy bow, and there's a little arrow on it. It has a little rubber tip on the end of it. And it has like a suction cup, and you can shoot it, and it kind of sticks on the wall. So if with all his strength, if he pulls that bow and he lets loose one of those arrows, it kind of just bounces off your arm. It doesn't do anything. But if the person holding the bow, if the bow is called Gandiva, and the person holding the bow is Gandiva Dhara, who's also known as Arjun, and if he is standing 300 meters away and he pulls his bow back with his arrow, it will go inside, it'll come inside the front of you and go outside the back of you, and as it passes through your body, it will take your heart out of your body, and you'll die on the spot. Boom! One shot. So that's Prabhav, Bana Prabhav, the influence of that Bana, that arrow. So the words spoken by advanced devotees, they're like the arrow of Arjun. They pierce the armor of Maya. We are all covered by various layers of Maya. Maya Kosh, coverings and layers of Maya. Like armor of a warrior. A warrior wears armor, chainmail. You see, in the medieval times they wear this chainmail, and over that some steel plates on their shoulders, and somehow go out there and fight. So we're covered with so much armor. So Radharani, now taking it to Radharani's level, her words are full of bhav. Great bhav. Intense attachment and love and submission and surrender to Krishna. Mahabhav Swarupini, Mahabhav Vacho. Mahabhav Vacho Chaturi. She's so clever, and her words are so imbued and saturated and soaking. Her words are soaking. Each word that Radharani speaks in the ear of Shyamsundar is drenched with the... It's almost like you... In some assembly line, they have something they have to dip it in some paint, some piece of metal, you dip it in paint, then you put it over there and it dries out. Now it's got enamel finish on it, enamel paint. So every word that Radharani speaks, before it tumbles out or before it flows from her mouth, she dips it into her heart. She has this big, like a big vat of her heart, and a big pot of Mahabhav Ras. She puts that in there and then speaks it. So her words are so full of Mahabhav, that Krishna, when he hears these words, he forgets everything. And she controls with those beautiful, sweet Mahabhav words. The phrase that's used to describe Krishna is Ananda Gana Vigraha. Gana means, like we say, Gana Ras means thick ras. Gana Sham. Ananda Gana Vigraha. Krishna's form is condensed bliss. Solid bliss. But not solid, liquid. Solid liquid bliss. I figured that out. Krishna's form is solid liquid bliss. Krishna's very form is intense, condensed, transcendental bliss. But it moves. It flows. It speaks. It's tasty. And it bathes you, and surrounds you, and washes you, and drowns you. That's the nature. But when Radharani, whenever she talks of Krishna, whenever they have some discussions, when there's Dan Leela, and they're quarreling, it's called Prem Kalaha. Prem Kalaha means that lovers quarrel. Prem Kalaha. Kalaha means quarrel. Almost sounds like quarrel. Kalaha. Very similar. And at those times, Radharani ties up Krishna in knots, as we say. She can really, because she's the goddess of speech, and she's so expert. And Radha Krishna wants to be tied also. And then Pushpacharya Leela, when Radharani's actually stealing flowers, and Krishna catches her flower-handed, we don't want to say red-handed, we'll say Krishna catches her lotus-handed. He catches Radharani with lotus flowers in her hand, or kadamba flowers. What is this? You're stealing flowers from the king's garden? King Kandarpa has made me the Mali here to be in charge. And I've caught you with these flowers in your hand and a basket behind your back. Let me see that basket. Hey, Manjari, show me that basket. No. These are my Swami's flowers. You go. Jao. No, let me see. And they tussle back and forth, and the Manjari appeals to Radharani. Radharani, please. I'm your Palyadasi. I'm your protected Maester, and please, now you protect me. Protect me from Gopal. Gopal, he's robbing my senses. Gopal, he's supposed to protect my senses, but he's stealing my senses away from you. Trying to get on the plea of getting these flowers, he's fondling me. Radharani, I'm coming behind you. Save me, protect me. I'm simply innocent, tender Manjari. A tenderly protected, loving maidservant. This is a definition of Palyadasi. A tenderly protected, loving maidservant. Kinkari, Palyadasi of Radharani. Radha Rani ki. So then Radharani takes her most powerful weapon of her toy lotus flower, and she bops Krishna with it. Hey, leave my Manjari alone, you rascal. This is described in Sankalpa Kalpadrum by Vishnu Chakravarti. So when these Pushpacharya Leela, when these quarrels are going on over whose flowers they are and who's stealing whose flowers, and Radharani speaks in such a beautiful way. And Rupa Goswami mentions this in Ujjwala Nilamani. He says, Vag Jude Mugda Janti Gurum Api Chagiram. Then generally Krishna is known as the Giri Guru. Giri means also words. He's Gurum Giri. He's the teacher of the goddess of speech. But Radharani, with her Vag Yudde, with her verb Yudde means like Yudhisthira, fighting. When they have lovers' quarrels, it means they're fighting back and forth with words and phrases and riddles and whatnot. And Radharani, when she's engaging in Vag Yudde, then what happens to Krishna? Mugdha Janti. He goes into Mugdha. Mugdha means he becomes bewildered. She enchants and captivates even Krishna. So therefore, Radharani is glorified by Saraswati Pad as being Tadrik Vacho Chaturi. Very, very, very expert, clever and dexterous in the art of speaking. Chaturi. Now the next one it's mentioned here is Sankhet Agama Chaturi. Sankhet Agama Chaturi. And Radharani is very expert in coming to the trysting place. She's very expert and clever in sneaking out for a clandestine rendezvous with her lover Krishna. And this previous one is sidelong glances, Nirupamacharo Netrananchali. I have a note, we didn't even read it. So Radharani has matchless expertise in her beautiful sidelong glances. Radharani's expertise in playful games performed by the corners of her lovely eyes. So this is, we already discussed that. We were just speaking, we didn't even read this one. I have notes. So this is one of her qualities. She somehow or other finds a way to escape from the watchful eyes of her superiors, her mother-in-law Jatila or whomever, and meet Krishna in all the proper places. And she even practices, Radharani practices for the Sankhet Agama. Agama means going or moving on, moving to the appointed. Sankhet means the appointed meeting place, rendezvous place. Sankhet Agama Chaturi. She's very clever. And we're discussing how clever Radharani is to go out and meet Krishna, because now, of course, monsoon season is coming, and then in the monsoon season it's raining. Now, imagine you're trying to go down the footpaths of Vrindavan, and it's rainy season, it's Amavasya, dark moon night, there's no moon, hardly any starlight, no moonlight at all to navigate or find your way through the tiny footpaths, Prem Gully, Man Gully, Dhan Gully of Vrindavan. And you have to find your way from Barsana or Yavatgram all the way to the Rasastali on the banks of the Yamuna, 35 kilometers away. And you have to be very dexterous and clever with your footsteps so you don't slip, because when it rains at night, the footpath becomes very muddy and very slippery. And on either side of the footpath, sometimes there are sticker bushes and thorn trees. And what to speak of, there may be some cobras slithering along the footpath, because the footpath is a little bit hard and raised, and the other areas may be some water there. So the cobras want to take shelter of the drier area there. So in order to be very expert in this, running down these footpaths, Radharani often would practice while she's living in Barsana. In Barsana, she stays 3 months a year in Barsana, and then she goes to her mother-in-law's house and back and forth in this way, Barsana Yavat, 2 times a year, 3 and 3. Not in Yavat Gram, but in Barsana, Radharani would practice with her girlfriends. And Kirtida was simply thinking, oh, these little girls always play so many funny games. Because she's a little child. And all I know is she's my little child. I don't know anything more. I have no suspicion or any idea of anything more than this. So oftentimes they would go in the courtyard. They would go in the courtyard of the palace, and the Sakhis and Manjaris would bring in buckets of mud. They'd bring a bunch of buckets of mud, and they would make a little like a track of mud, like a little roadway of mud. And then they would bring in buckets of water, and they wet all that dirt and make it really muddy. And then Radharani would practice. They would tie a blindfold, like some black cloth around Radharani's eyes. And so when Kirti said, "Oh, what are you girls doing? Lalite, Vishake, Chitra, Danishta," not Danishwat, Rupa, Rati, what are you doing? "Oh, we're just playing a game. It's blind man's bluff. You put blind man's bluff. You put this black thing over your eyes, and then you have to count and run down and find out who's here and there. Oh, that looks like nice. Be careful, don't. It's very slippery. That's a very challenging game. Be careful. Yes, don't you worry. You go do your work." So then Radharani, and then the gopis say, "Come," and then they take turns running down the footpath, and Radharani's developing her balance and her sea legs, so to speak, and learning how to surf the mud lanes. Surf the mud lanes of Vrindavan. So this is described how she's practicing in her youth. So when she grew up and became a beautiful Kishori, and she wanted to, when Krishna would call her with the flute to Sankhet, or the meeting place or trysting place, then she was very chaturi. Sankhet Agama Chaturi. She could very quickly and expertly and dexterously and cleverly maneuver her way from Barsan or Yavat to any place in Braj to meet her beloved Krishna. Sri Krishna Bhagavan ki. So this one day, Radharani, she gave Shamsundar a special hint with her eyes to come and meet her. And then she was telling him, when he came to approach her, then she kind of rejected Krishna's advances. And then Radharani cast an arrow-like glance at Krishna, and told him with her smile, he said, "Oh, until now I thought you were the king of Rasikas, but now I understand that you're completely arasika. Couldn't you understand the hints I made with my eyes?" And there was some exchange that Radharani was indicating with her eyes a particular place to meet. And then Krishna didn't understand, so this is being mentioned here. And there's so many obstacles, of course, we're mentioning to meet. Not only that, Radharani has to be expert in walking on the footpaths, which is, like you can say, physical obstacles of rainy season, but then there's the obstacles of the relatives and family members. And that's not easy. The obstacles of a housewife to meet her paramour. That's not very easy. There's so many obstacles at home and obstacles caused by others, obstacles in the mind and in the forest. But because of her intense love, her anurag, then she can easily overcome all these obstacles. And that's her cleverness. And somehow she finds a way to meet Krishna. And just taking this, of course, this is on the highest level of the transcendental Leela of Radharani and the Lord. But this is prayer is being uttered by Saraswati Pad in his Sadhaka Roop. And he's offering a prarthana and he's glorifying the Mahima of Radharani, the Guna Mahima, the glories of her transcendental qualities. And here he's enunciating 6 types of chaturi, or dexterities or expertness that Radharani has. So this verse, Prabhupada Saraswati speaking in his sadhak roop, in full external consciousness, to increase our attachment to Radharani. He's fully attached, he's a Sakhi. Sometimes it's told he's Tungavidya Sakhi, or some other identity. Vikreshwar Pandit is also described as Tungavidya. Nevertheless, he's the eternal associate of Lord Gauranga and Srimati Radharani, so he doesn't need to become attached to Radharani. He already is fully, completely attached. But he's describing all of these beautiful qualities and attributes of Radharani to increase our remembrance of Radharani and to increase our attachment. You can't become attached to something you never heard about. You can't become attached to something you've never seen. So by hearing, that's the beginning of seeing. And attachment is the beginning of meeting. The more you become attached to someone, the more eager you will become to meet them. So the more we hear about Radharani, the more we'll become attached to her and attracted to her, and more eager we will be to meet her and serve her and to be eternally with her. Because she's such a wonderful, amazing personality. Her form is amazing, her qualities are amazing, her pastimes are amazing, her name is amazing. Any experience or contact we have with Radharani is simply chamatkar. It's overwhelming. Vivala. It overwhelms our consciousness. If we have any experience of Radharani's name, every once in a while we might get a glimpse of the nectar and sweet mercy of Radharani's name. Especially we live in Vrindavan. We're being brainwashed in every direction with the name of Radha. You go all over India. India is the land of Dharma Bhumi. Dharmakshetra, Kurukshetra, Mama Veta Sutsavaha. Well, not only is Kurukshetra Dharmakshetra, but the entire subcontinent of India is Dharmakshetra. That's a specific Dharmakshetra where yajnas and demigods came to do worship of the Lord. And Battle of Kurukshetra was held there. Dharmakshetra, Kurukshetra, Mama Veta Sutsavaha. This is first verse of Gita. But everywhere there's Dharmakshetra. What about Pushkara? How many yajnas went on there? And Treta Yuga. And what about Benares and Allahabad, and what about Haridwar and Rishikesh, and what about Dwarka and Rameshwaram? Everywhere, all these sacred rivers is all Dharmakshetra, Dharmakshetra, place of avatars and saints and pujas and incarnations. Nevertheless, you can travel and go all these places, nowhere will you hear Radhe Radhe. Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Radhe, Radhe Radhe. And nowhere is it written on the walls everywhere, Jai Shri Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Krishna. Nowhere. All you see on the walls is hammer and sickles. You go to Navadvip, you see hammer and sickle. You know what a hammer and sickle is? A hammer means industry. Sickle means agriculture. It's a little handle like this. A sickle means a little thing for cutting wheat. Like you see the guys that cut a little round thing, they hold wheat in their hand, cut it. It's like a little chopper. S-I-C-K. That's the symbol of Karl Marx's Communist Party. Hammer means industry, factories. You never saw a hammer and sickle. Anyway, it's the symbol of communism. It's quite famous. You know, there's a symbol, you know, there's a circle and there's a picture of a hammer there and there's a sickle. Anyway, in South India and so many places where communists are quite popular, you'll see that painted all over the walls. I've seen it. I've traveled all over India, length and breadth of India. We don't see anywhere written on the walls. Everywhere in Vrindavan, every wall, and they even have phrases. Dara dara pata radhe radhe bolo. It says every single leaf of every single tree is chanting Radhe Radhe in Vrindavan. The leaves of the trees, what to speak of the dogs. When we go to bathe in the morning, there's a few dogs there. They're Bihari's dogs. This Nikunj Vihari Parampara, they were born over there in that temple. That previous Mahant there used to be kind of a Kutacharya. Kuta means dog. He had so many dogs that were hanging out with him, and he went back to wherever he went, somewhere. And then the dogs are still there, very much attached to that temple. You ever see they're always sleeping there, and they just live there, and then more generations are coming and hearing about the glories of the founder from their grandfathers and grandmothers. There's generation after generation. Haven't you seen? And when we go there, there's one, the senior dog over there, top dog as they say. You know, they have this phrase in America, he's a top dog. So he's a top dog among the dogs, literally. And his daughters and cousins and girlfriends, whoever they are, his little entourage. There's one little brown one that tags along with him. I don't know how he fits in the kind of like integration mode. But he's not part of the parivar. He's a male, but somehow there's a little brown one, he hangs out with them too. So they have an interesting group, kind of international society for dog consciousness. Yes, all the other ones are black and spotted, and this one guy is totally brown, obviously different sampradaya. But there's no like animosity that you're with Gaudiya Math or ISKCON or this or that. You know, they eat together, sleep together. Sometimes they fight and chew each other out. Basically, they share everything. They share wives and mothers and everything. But when we go there in the morning, take bath, and the dogs, I give them some Giriraj's Mahaprasad, some roti sometimes, now and then, quite often. And they become friendly. Dogs are pretty simple by nature. If you feed them, they become your friend. But the one dog, the top dog, as soon as he sees me, he starts chanting Radhe Radhe. He's "Arr, arr, 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 arr," like this, And usually he's just barking. He's just anywhere around there's some dog somewhere around the Kund. He's like Kundeshwar. He thinks he's Kundeshwar. He thinks he's the lord of the control of the Kund. If there's some dog on the opposite side of the Sangam by the Sabji market making some noise, hey, what's this? He goes, da-da-da-da-da, like Rin Tin Tin or something. He goes scooting all, runs all on one side of the Sangam. He just like Prikrama every day. He's doing Prikrama Radhakund, going this side, chasing dog from north, chasing dogs from the south, east. Any dog enters Shamakund or Radhakund, it's like, he's Kundeshwar, Kuta Kundeshwar. Kuta Kundeshwar. He's a dog in charge, a dog who thinks he's in charge of the Kund. Have you ever seen him? And his little pack is trailing behind him. What a funny scene. And the Brahmins are laughing because they live with these guys 24 hours a day. And dogs and the Brahmins are shoulder to shoulder, side by side. So when I come there, and then he starts going, oh! He starts whining like this, oh! And I tell him, I say, Radhe Radhe Bolo, Radhe Radhe Bolo. And it looks like he's really trying to grind out. He puts his head down and goes, You ever seen this dog? Is too much. I guess because there's kind of like a lot of Ram Bhaktas in Radhakund and a lot of Radha Bhaktas also. So, or maybe Ram means Raman because that's also Radharani. She's expert in pleasing Krishna's deepest erotic desire. So she's Radha Raman, Ramani. She's the Ramani and he's the Raman, Ramani. Radha Ramana Giridhari, Giridhari Shama Vanavari, Mero Radha Ramana Giridhari, Giridhari Shama Vanavari, Hamara Dana Radha Shirada Shirada, Prema Dana Radha Shirada Shirada, Radha 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 Radha, Shirada Shirada Shirada. Radha Vrindavani Shri Radharani ki jai. Only in Vrindavan will you find this name, Radhe Radhe. Therefore, Radharani, everything about her is so attractive that we become attached to her Nam, Rup, Gun, Leela. In his Sadhaka Rup, Saraswati Pada is trying to attach us to this Chaturi. Chaturi. Usually in Hindi, if someone says you're Chatur, it's a little bit of like a dig. It's a little bit of an insult, isn't it? Oh, you're very clever.
Yeah, you're too smart.
You're too smart. I mean, like a little smart, a little clever. Oh, you're a little clever, huh? Acha. Little clever. When I was sleeping and watching the TV and sleeping, you took some money out of my wallet, huh? Acha. You're a clever son, yeah. But I counted before I took rest because I knew you were going to steal something. You're very clever, huh? So clever. I caught you. Now where's that $20? Oh, Dad, I didn't take it. Hey, look, now don't lie to me. Yeah, I took it. What'd you do? I spent it. Acha. Okay, so it's clever, very clever. So Radharani, now Radharani, Krishna's consort, she's being described here as Chaturi. So this is, in one sense, this is not exactly a praise, but it is a praise. She's Chaturi because she's so expert on these 6 different fields, these qualities she has. She's so expert in it that her display of the expertise takes on a certain clever presentation. Because there's Daksha, which means expert, but then when it becomes Chaturi, and it's not an insult, when it's a praising, it's saying that Radharani, there's so many other gopis, they have sidelong glances, and they have very nice speech, and they're very expert at meeting Krishna, and they're very expert in Leela Kelana, but they're not Chaturi. That special is called finesse. The English word is finesse. That special finesse, that special expertise she has, Vishesh Daksha, that's the Chaturi aspect that simply makes Krishna mad. Manohar. Radharani steals his mind, his senses, everything. So this is why all these wonderful qualities are being
mentioned here by Saraswati Pad. Sanket Agama. Now that was the fourth one. Sanket Agama Chaturi. Dancing eyebrows, Bru Nartana Chaturi, matchless expertise in sidelong glances, Nirupam, matchless. Nirupam Charunetra Anchale. That's the second. The third one is Vach Chaturi. She's expert in speech. And the fourth one is Sanket Agama Chaturi, expert in coming to the trysting place. Sneaking out for a clandestine rendezvous. Mysterious movements of Radhika. Where is she now? Is she lying in her bed sleeping tightly? Reminds me when we were young and boys, I had two brothers for a while, one died. And my older brother, he was quite advanced in the arts of misbehavior, let's say. And he would often want to sneak out at night and go here and there and do his different leelas. So he would have me cover for him. We would, in his bed, because we were sharing a room together for some time. So in his bed we put his pillow and some blanket, and underneath make it look like a body, like his body, as if he was sleeping under the covers, like winter time or whatever. And then my mother would come in the evening time to make sure we turn the light off, and whatever, 9:30 or whatever it was. Pretty early, I think, in those days. And then she said, "Oh, is Hank, my brother Henry, is it Hank? Hank is sleeping." "Yeah, well, he's so very tired, so much we're playing in sports after school. He's very tired. He's sleeping." "Okay, don't disturb you. Don't make any noise. You turn off the light, go to sleep." Yes. So then my mother goes in the room and sleeps tightly and thinks he's sleeping, and we're all sleeping tightly. And then, in our window of our room, we're on the first floor of our house, and then in the ground floor, first floor. So then there's a window there, and then on the ground floor there was a veranda, like a long veranda, a porch, which overlooked our garden in the backyard. So that had a roof on it, which was right kind of below, not too far below our window, so you could open the window and kind of drop down a little bit, like cat burglar a little bit, little drop down, boom, and then run off that, and then jump off that about 8 feet, and then, do what you have to do, and then come back with a ladder. There's one chestnut tree that actually leaned over, you could climb over that. My brother had a whole escape route, which I took note of, and later I employed the same escape route when I grew up and started my midnight leelas. So this idea of this Sanket Agama Chaturi, that Radharani is very Sanket Agama Chaturi. She's very expert at going to the trysting place. Oh yeah, I don't know. This is kind of a funny interlude, but Radharani is, of course, nothing to compare. But we had her. She would do the same thing. She would put pillows in her bed, and Jatila would come in and say, "Oh, is Radharani sleeping?" And some Sakhi would stay back. Yes, she's very, very tired, from doing Sriya Puja and walking so much today, and very hot day, so she's okay. And in the same way, Radharani would expertly make arrangements to overcome all the obstacles to meeting Krishna. So now this next number 5 is the Nava Krita Kala Chaturi. Krita Kala Chaturi. Nava Krita Kala Chaturi. Krita, Rasa Krita. Sometimes the Rasa dance is called Rasa Krita. Means the pastimes of the Rasa dance, the playful. It says that Radharani is expert in newer and newer playful arts of love sports. Nava means new, like Nava Vrindavan, New Vrindavan. But Nava means newer and newer. More and more, new, improved. More and more, newer and newer. Krita Kala. Kala means arts, expertise. This is one of her expertise, and that's, of course, that's what makes Krishna become more and more attached. So Krishna says Shyamasundar is very enchanted when he sees the many expert ways in which Radha meets with him. The ocean, the rasa ocean of Radha and Krishna's pastimes fills with high waves. And then when this happens, the Manjaris and Kinkaris are staying in the kunja. They say, well, it's time to go now. They made all nice, tasteful arrangements for Radha and Krishna's affairs. So then they very quietly exit the kunja bower. And then, alone in the intimacy of each other, Radha and Shyam become lost and immersed in the nectar ocean of their loving pastimes. Of course, the maidservants, they're not to be left out of such intimate exchanges of Radha and Krishna. They're out but not left out. They're outside but not left outside. So they look through the interstitches in the wall, as I saw a translation once. Interstitches means in the walls of the kunjas, in the forest groves, those walls are made with brambles and hedges and different kinds of natural things and some bamboo and different ways they're handmade with all natural things. Some bushes, some shrubs, and to make some walls, and some overhanging trees in four corners make a natural canopy with their branches, and vines and latas, and this way they look through the little openings here and there. They can see inside. They can see for two reasons. They can see because they have the adhikar to see. They're allowed to see. Rather, they have the adhikar to see Radha and Krishna's intimate pastimes. So they have that qualification, and therefore they're given the eyes to see. But then they have the hearts to see also. Because the heart of the Manjaris, the heart of Radharani's maidservants and Kinkaris is the heart of Radharani. It's called Bhavulas Rati. Bhavulas Rati means as ulas, rising, moving in waves. As Radharani's bhavas and ecstasies and mahabhav, her happiness, as it rises and crests and spreads throughout her heart, those same bhavas and internal feelings that Radharani is experiencing in her direct conjugal association with Krishna, they are also rising and cresting and spreading within the hearts of the Manjaris and Kinkaris who are watching all these wonderful pastimes from their vantage point just outside the kunj, looking through the interstitches in the wall, the little openings in the wall. This is their great fortune. And so they can understand how expert Radharani is in Krita Kala and this art of lovemaking and giving artful dexterity. And Radharani is very expert in that. Of course, this is described very minutely and specifically in Gita Govinda by Jayadev Goswami about Radharani's expertise in Navanava Krita Kala Chaturi. She's so expert that actually she alone, although there's thousands of Sakhis, she alone pleases Krishna the most. So when Krishna goes to Mathura, then Radharani suffers the most. Because she's thinking, no one in Mathura can please Krishna like we Braja Gopis. And what to speak of we Braja Gopis. And I know that none of the other gopis in this entire Brajadam can give so much satisfaction and pleasure to Krishna as we can, or as I can. So that's her pride in her service, her pride in her Krishna, and it's a fact. That's, of course, her distinguishing quality is her ability to control Krishna with her love. And love means love is not just a quality, oh, I love you. Love is an expression. It's a dynamic quality which is always being expressed. The dynamic expression of love appears in one's face, appears in one's words, appears in one's actions, appears in one's feelings. It's a dynamic force and feeling and quality. So Radharani is Navanava Krita Kala, Navanava Krita Kala Chaturi. She's so expert and clever in expressing all these intimacies with Krishna. In fact, she's the Prem Guru. Ami Shishyanat. I'm dancing and Radharani is my guru. This is told in Chaitanya Charitamrita. The sixth of the six dexterities and Radharani's qualities is her expert in joking and laughing with the Sakhis. In the list of Radharani's 25 qualities, we'll start, when we start verse 26, we'll start reminding us of those 26 qualities. One of those qualities of Radharani's 26 qualities is listed as Narma Pandit. Narma means joking, joker. She's a Pandit, she's so expert, she's so learned, and she's a genius in joking. A genius joker. Interesting role in English there. Genius joker. I would like to enroll in her school of joking. If I could just have one spark of one, not even one spark, but one speck, I mean to say, 1/10,000th of one speck of this one quality of Radharani, and if by expressing that one speck, 1/10,000th of a speck of one spark of one of Radharani's qualities, if by expressing that I could give some happiness to Radharani or to Krishna or to any other devotees, then my life would be perfect. This would be siddhi or perfection. Narma Pandit. So here it's described as this expert in joking and laughing with the Sakhis. Sakhi Jana Parihas. Where is it? Oh, it's there in the end. Sakhi Jana Parihas Utsave Chaturi. Parihas. Sakhijan. Means all of our group of Sakhis, all of our friends. Parihas. There's has and there's parihas. Hasya or has means laughing, joking, smiling. But then pari means a wide variety of all forms and different types of laughing and joking. Like we say pari brajak acharya. Acharya, teacher, guru. Braja, to move, wander. Pari means all around, everywhere. Pari, braja. Braja means to go, to move, to wander. Pari brajak, it's three things in one there. Pari brajak acharya. You've heard this term, no? Pari brajak acharya, Ashtara Sada Shishimad, Prabhu Vishnu Swami Maharaj ki jai. Like this. Because the sannyasi guru, he's wandering, going country to country. Sometimes Thailand, sometimes Australia, New Zealand, India, Nepal, Europe, everywhere. This is Pari brajak. Wandering all around in all directions, omnidirectional. So parihasya, Sakhijana parihasotsave chaturi. So clever in joking. She's expert at making a festival of witty jokes with her girlfriend. She makes a festival of joking, a joking festival. We have Janmotsava. We say Janmotsava means the festival of Krishna's birth. Well, she makes a festival of mirth. We have a festival of Krishna's birth, then we have a festival of Radha's mirth. Just to be a little bit of use English in a clever way. Krishna creates a festival with his birth. Radharani creates a festival with her mirth. Mirthacharya Radharani ki jai. Mirthacharya, that's pretty interesting. Expert at joking and laughing with the Sakhis. Sakhijana parihasotsave chaturi. In other words, it's a lot of fun to be one of Radharani's friends. When the pastimes are over in the kunja, then the Sakhis and Manjaris, they enter the bower, especially the Manjaris. They knowing that their time to serve has come. And then at that time, they show all kinds of dexterity and expertise in serving Radharani. So now the Manjaris come in and have done all their preparations to make Radharani look like before, and then Lalita and Vishaka and the other Sakhis come in, and they're covering their mouths with their chunaris, with their veils, and they're giggling and joking and laughing about Radhika Madhav's confidential pastimes. So then, what is being said here by Saraswati Padi's saying Radhe, the last line is Radhe Ajaya Tat Sakhijana Parihotsave Chaturi. Radha Jai. He said, Jai. He says, oh, glories to these laughing conversations, all this giggling. When the Sakhis come in, they say, oh, Radharani, we see that, because when they come in the morning, early in the morning before they leave the kunjas and Nidhivan, and Rati Manjari, Rupa Manjari, Vilas Manjari, all the Manjaris, they go in and do different services to redress Radharani, which Krishna also does, and they do the finishing.
Govinda, Pati Purusham, Tamaham Bhajami.
Hari Purusham, Amaham Bhajami, Govindam, Hari Purusham, Amaham Bhajami, Govindam, Hari Purusham, Amaham
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine
Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Punyavani Bhaktya Vishatarini
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Punyavani
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Gurudev, Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Gurudev. Gurudeva Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Nitai Gora Hari Go, Hari Go, Hari Go, Hari Go, Hari Go, Nitai Gora Hari Go, Nitai Gora Hari Go, Hari Go, Hari Go, Nitai Gora Hari Go.
Thank you all very much for being with us. It's a long time. You have the blessings of Sisira Shama Sunday Lamita. Bless all of you in the day. Harinam, Parampara. Wish all the blessings upon all of you. You have a wonderful Christian conscious life. We appreciate the effort in the Christian consciousness. So please continue like this, and you have all the blessings to become pure devotees of Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Shila Gurudev. Hare Krishna, Shila Gurudev.
Hare Krishna, Shila Gurudev. Dandavat Pranam. Please accept my humble obeisance.
Hare Krishna, Shila Gurudev.
Thank you all. Thank you. Remain connected like this eternally. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Karankanti Mataji, we can end the meeting now. End it for all. Thank you so
Sure,
much.
Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dandavat Pranam.
Shri Prabhupada ki jai.